Hello. Hi. Do-do-do. Oh, right. That makes sense. Heyo, heyo. Welcome, Ventura Audio, Soft, Winter, Betty Noir, Mary Drake, Toy Marshall, Self-Fulfilling Prophecy, and Lore. Welcome. Hi. It is so very good to see you again. Oh, Winter says, good news, chat, very good news. Mary says, clutches just, darn it, Fox, that was too much cute all at once, right in the face, no less. Hello. Mary says, sandworms. I got an ad for Dune 2. Freaking sandworms don't like sandworms. I'm sorry, Mary. Thanks, Betty. Oh, Winter, you got a perfect score for your skills on, for your nursing assistant class? Excellent. And Ty says, how's everyone? How is everyone? It has been a while. Robo says, hi. Okay, show of hands, who was here for the last stream? The stream that ended a little bit earlier than expected and on a little bit of a dour mood. Because I have to apologize about that. I was feeling insanely frustrated about not being able to finish my thoughts. I think I'm able to articulate exactly why I was feeling so distressed. I was feeling distressed because I wanted to say that I wanted people to be kind to themselves and be kind to one another. And I was finding it extraordinarily difficult to say. I wanted to say that everyone should give themselves a little bit of grace. Don't be so hard on yourself. Mary says, I have sandworm flashbacks from the first Final Fantasy game. Shudders. Ooh, Final Fantasy. Bracing says, and it's okay. Ventura says, oh, I was not there. I'm so sorry to hear. It's okay. Everything's calm now, Ventura. Everything is okay. Laura says, I got straight A's in all my classes after my final, so I'm doing pretty good. Round of applause for Laura. That's a very difficult thing to do. Laura says, now to worry about moving. Ty says, Ralph Ineson will be the voice of Galactus in the new Fantastic Four movie. Ooh. Mary says, I've been there too many times myself, Nico. Bracing says, I agree. Everyone should at least love themselves as much as love others. Oh, that tastes nice. Very nice. I also, for the first time in a long time, got special fish crackers. Goldfish, not sponsored. Mmm. These are so tasty. Nom 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 nom. I can't believe how much I've missed them until I nommed them again. Laura says, makes sense, foxes like fish. Yeah, for the longest time, I actually did not like fish as much too. And then I tried a little bit of fish recently, and it was alright. I just can't have it, like, all the time. I have to be mindful because I believe that there's a member of my household who is insanely allergic to seafood, which means I have to be extremely careful. Nothing bad. I just want to be conscientious of the people around me. Oh, just regular kind of goldfish. Thanks for asking, Sarsasoft. Bracing says, also, I'm working on my gaming video today. I'm about to achieve the unachievable, at least to me, rank in a game I have been meaning to post and schedule here on YouTube. Phew, oh my gosh. Whenever I speak too quickly and for too long, I yawn. Bracing says, love goldfish snacks. Robo says, it's hard to love oneself when you constantly fail at your actions. Well, I personally try to view failure as a launching off pad for doing better. Because, sure, if we do not succeed at the very first time we attempt our actions, we can stop a moment and try to figure out why before trying again. Linter says, I thought I didn't like fish, then I learned my family was really overcooking fish. Oh. Betty Nora says, I'm studying exams now and my PC with the most thing I use to study is broken. I don't know if it's hardware or a virus that did this, so if you're curious of why I left the Discord, it's because I don't know if it was a virus. Oh. Laura says, I'm from New England, so I've had a lot of seafood. Excellent. Betty says, if it was, then I don't know if someone has access to my accounts, that's why. Oh, I see. Betty says, I'll be right back. Going to finish at least part of the video I'm working on today. Robo says, I'm in the last year of high school at the moment and it ends Monday. Redragon says, so what do you think, Nico? Shall I use my cerulean hidden tear and Astel's meteorite to take Gideon to magic school? Oh yeah. Take that nerd and school him. Shove him in a locker, take his lunch money. Yeah, and you might think that I'm being a little bit vicious towards that one character in particular, Gideon the All-Knowing. First off, he's not the All-Knowing, learned that the easy way. And second off, he is an absolute jerk. He's a jerk to Nepheli, he's a jerk to the player, he's a jerk to everyone around him. So it makes sense. Yeah, and he also spies on you all throughout the game, just so that, you know, he can have like all these cool little spells that he uses against you in the boss fight against him. And in the end, if you're prepared enough, you could just walk into his boss room and absolutely school him. Robo says, unfortunately I'm not gonna get to graduate this year. I'm so sorry, Robos. Valkyr says, greetings everyone, I'm slightly late, but glad to catch the stream. Welcome, Valkyr. Don't forget the assassin. He sends after you. Oh yeah. Insha? If you get the first half of the Haley Tree Medallion from, Albus, and then return to the round table hold, Insha will go after you. And you have to put him down. Robo says, why did my message get split in two? Mary says, I can go better by summoning my mimic tier with my staff out. Gideon can be quite respectful if you kill enough demigods. Oh yeah. Yeah. So long as you remain constant. Mary says, I have the spell, but I want to use something more dramatic. Robust, fun fact, you are Winter says that Robust, everyone here is adorable except me. And you are adorable too, Winter. Oh yes. I'm not going to let you get away without being called adorable. And so are you, Robos. Self says, Winter, none of that. Robos, none of that. Aishef says, at Mary Drake, I mean, if you want max memes, use the power of Rocksling to beat him to death with Rock's cane style. Mary says, that tone again. I'm a puddle. Sorza says, killing me, Nico. Laura says, I'm an outlier cryptid creature, but I appreciate the compliment. And a very beautiful one you are. Valkyr says, we might not see it in ourselves, but others see it. Winter says, well, time to scoop Mary into a bucket so she could reform. Mary says, hey Shiv, I can do that too. Robo says, Mary, Drake, adorable. absolutely adorable. Betty Noir says, Cutiefox, if you want to find out who the cutest being in this galaxy is, read the first word I wrote again. I'm not the cutest being in the galaxy. Mary says, Winter, please and thank you. Eep. Robo says, correct, you're the cutest in the universe. Winter says, Nico, really out here being the cutest fox? I'm not the cutest fox. I'm not the cutest. I am cute, but not the cutest. That belongs to a different, special VTuber, or set of special VTubers. The Mama Bear and the Adorabat. Mary, boop. Accept it. Okay, okay, so long as you stop pointing that water pistol at me. It's like, okay. We can talk this out. Betty Noir says, stop acting like a tsundere already and just accept it. I'm not acting like a tsundere. I'm just being pragmatic. I'm just being practical. I'm not the cutest. There are other cute foxes out there and other cute fox VTubers. I'm not the cutest. Clore says, you're the cutest fox I know. Valkyr XD. Clore says, I don't know a lot of fox girls given. Robo says, boop the fox snoot. Winter says, the time for talk is over. It is time to enforce cuteness allegations. Welcome, Fancy. Hi. Very good to see you. Mary says, Cinder is the cutest hellhound girl and you're the cutest fox girl. Valkyr says agreed, Mary. Ashif says cuteness will continue until morale improves. Ow! Robo says, do I need to play the clip of you admitting that you're the cutest yesterday? Laura says, it shouldn't be a competition, you're all cute. No, I'll kiss. Ashif Robos, do you actually have that clip? Mary says, Ashif, cuteness is good for improving morale. Valkyr says we have the clip. Winter says it sounds like Nico may have broken a little bit. Maybe a little. Stuff says, sorry, Cutiefox. You're under arrest for being too cute and false advertising. Saying you are not cute when you are, in fact, the cutest is a crime. Why am I wearing these clothes all of a sudden? Where am I going? Laura says, OMG, you're... Not adorable. Robo says, yes, Aisha, I do have it. Mary says, yep, she broke a little bit. Fluff. Fluff and heck. Fluff. I am desperately trying not to squeak right now, because it hurts people's ears. This will not be a try to get Nico to squeak challenge. Robo says, Nico is an adorable fox girl who is the cutest fox girl in the universe. Oh. Oh, the DDoS attacks? Mary says, challenge accepted. We must get Nika to squeak. It starts. Also, if you're wondering why I'm talking at a higher pitch, I just drank something. And now that I've drunk something, I kind of feel like talking at this higher pitch. Ashiv says, at Mary, when it comes to increasing motivation, if my experience with Frostpunk is anything to go by, cocaine is also effective. That and threats of I don't like that. I don't want to do either of those. Please don't. Valkyr says, was running a raid right before joining. Imagine 3 members being kicked mid-poll. Laura says, hypothetically, as a patron, how much money would I need to throw at you for you to squeak a bunch on stream? Probably enough to just surprise me. Which probably won't take that much, but it would be out of the blue. Robo says, sneak adorable. Reminds me of the demon Nicodemus. Mary says that I wouldn't go by Frostpunk as an example. Benidorm says that Laura, wow, capitalism is hitting very hard. Winter says, Nico really is a wonderful person who brightens people's days simply by... Robo says, get booped. Mary says, I got a clip of Cinder breaking down from a huge donation one time. She just about cried, poor girl. Aww. Robo says, true Winter, we all love her for how cute she is and brightens all our days. That's so sweet. Thank you. It's very much appreciated. Cinder's a goofball. Nico is a sweet. Oh my gosh. The real sweethearts are you guys. You guys are the real sweethearts here. Valkyrie says it's a really enjoyable space after anything has happened. Robo says, I simply give into the world what I do not receive myself. That is all. I see. Mary says, because we have such a sounds example. Thumbs up. Aisha says, thought now that I think about seeing Cutiefox play Frostpunk would be interesting. Oh. Mary says, good, when I'm not dropping words letters, I'm adding letters I don't need. Mary says, Ashiv, it's not a game for Nico, I don't think. Oh, excuse me. Valkyrie says the amount of difficult choices in Frostpunk, it's nearly impossible to be a good person in that world. Robo says, Nico has an adorable voice that is calming and sweet as the best cookies. Mary says, you're right. I don't think matcha causes too much pain. Would you like some head pats? Head pat time. Very, very good. Winter says, Valkyrie won't stop me from trying. Isha says, Nico, do you like the thought of building Steampunk City to survive a apocalyptic ice age? I used to, not so much anymore. Robo says, Nico's such a cinnamon roll. Mary says, now I've gone beyond melting. What's that step? Vaporization. Laura says, I want cinnamon rolls, they're so yummy. And I've got goldfish. I actually had a dream where we were all watching Studio Ghibli films. And Yeah, we can't exactly do that on YouTube for obvious reasons. But I have been doing like a lot of experimentation with watching stuff over on the Discord server. Perhaps we could do a movie night at some point? Winter says, instead of changing a light bulb, you could just tell Nico she's beautiful and her smile will brighten the whole room. It's probably from the fire magic because I would be blushing too hard. Mary says, Valkyr, guess you can tell me cloudy or misty then. Peanut says, hi, welcome. Sorjasov says, Discord movie night. Lore says, oh dear, I'd love a movie night. Peanut says, yes. Welcome back, Racing Star. We did miss you. Valkyr said movie night sounds like a good idea. Movie nights are really fun. Ooh. Also, I believe if I can actually grab it. I've got Pocky. It's been a bit since I've had Pocky. Absolutely wonderful. Got a stick of Pocky. That's delicious. Zorzasov says, what was the last movie night? I remember you read a book on there, but I don't remember before that. I think the last movie we might have watched was either Brave or was that Treasure Planet? Regardless, we should probably watch Treasure Planet again sometime. Lore says, girl struggles to open packaging ASMR. I have a confession to make. I can barely open pickle jars anymore. The last couple of times I needed help. Well done, Bracing. Robo says Nico's a very pretty fox, and adorable Cutiefox is such a sweet little cinnamon roll. Valkyr says, I'm very biased, but classic horror like Alien is a great. I love the xenomorph, especially the queen. Alright, Aliens. Sarjasov says, no, the last one was the horror one, was it? Was it 1408? Or Coraline? I can't remember which one it was. Lore says, the stereotype persists. What stereotype? Mary says, it's a good thing that Alice Lunacera isn't here too. Then we'd have a cute foxo and an adorable wolf witch girl. I do have a side announcement though. After the stream ends in about 3 hours and 30 minutes from now, if things go well, I will be updating the schedule and then posting it both here and on the Discord server, and it will feature the new schedule for this week, so you guys will be able to figure out when to tune on in. Thank you, Swords Are Soft. Bracing says, thanks, I wish to share it, but it's a little not safe for work. Are you in the Nico Clark ASMR server? Because if you can post it there in the art channel, maybe I'll be able to show people what it is. But if it is too not safe for work, I don't think that I will be able to. The Ghibli one? Gosh, which Ghibli one? Which one was it? Huh. I can't remember. Lore says trans girls 1, love pickles, and 2, can't open the jar. Ah. Lore says, I also am in love with pickles and am unable to open pickle jars. Nick says, just finished eating and was relaxing in my room before work. Robo says, oh Nico, if it's possible for you to remember, can you refer to me as Amber from now on? Oh, okay, Amber. Mary says, okay, just as long as you don't start right when I'm getting out of bed. That's a little rough. Bracing says yes, and I don't think I've posted it yet. And it was made for a friend. Starter Sauce says the one you and I watched together was Nausicaa. Yep, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. Aesthetic Wasteland, welcome. Hi. Mary says my friend Shane had to open a jar I was struggling with one time. It was kind of funny, actually. Amber said, let's put it to a vote. Who here thinks Nico is the cutest fox? Hmm. Ack. Next, Garcia says, I've made my sketching pencil into a little nub and now I don't know what to do with it. You can no longer draw or write with it? Self says, thank the gods that my roommate is transmask and a rock climber, otherwise there would be no open jars in this house of lol. Mary says, I've not seen Nausicaa yet. Winter says, I only missed last stream because sleeping 4 hours a night finally caught up with me. Mary Drake says, Amber, no question, it's Nico. Aeshiv says, I know they make jar openers to provide more leverage. Amber says, get head patted, lol. Rats. Mary says, must get Cutiefox so to squeak. Laura says, I like it, and I like the embarrassed noises she makes. It's very cute. Hmm. Hmm. Mary says, come on everyone, together we can do it. Amber says, even when Nico tries to sound mean and evil, she still sounds like an adorable small cinnamon roll. Oh, really now? No, I take that as a challenge. So, even when I sound like this, I still sound like an adorable small cinnamon roll, when really, you're the adorable one. Danny Phantom EX, he had a really wonderful villainous speech that I like to quote from time to time. Oh, I don't want you to talk. I want you to beg. I want you to whimper. I want you to sing. I want you to talk. No, I want to hurt you, and I want to enjoy it. Laura says, I don't know, in Spiral, she seems kinda insane and evil. Mary says, Amber, except when she is playing Dead by Daylight. Volker says, oh lord, the evil fox voice. Better pray to someone else. The gods cannot help you now. Zorzosoft says, Nico, I blinked out for a second and I come back to this. Welcome, dear. Aww. Welcome, Trainmaster. Hi. Welcome to my domain. Ish of Evil Overlord List Rule 6, I will not gloat over my enemy's predicament before killing them. Who said anything about killing you? I don't want to see you dead. I want to see you comfortable. I want to see you safe. I want to see you on pillows of soft silken satin. No. Death isn't on the list. I want you to be my toy. Hello, Major. Lore says, yeah, no, I think Nico wins. Sorry, Amber. Bracing says, and I am in Dumb Mom Zone. Amber says, Nico will make you squirm in pain and pleasure. Nick says, I uploaded a picture on the art channel showing my sketch pencil compared to a new one. Winter says, Nico doesn't want us dead by daylight. She wants us alive by nightfall. Mary squeaks. Ashiv says, I don't think the list has anything about this. Sortsusoft says, dear. Mary says, Winter, indeed Winter. Right you are. Major says, oh my, I am become melt. Absolutely precious. What you taking notes about, Amber? Mary says, let's hope poor Violet doesn't pick now to come in. She won't have a chance. Amber says, I have a dumb side, and you have given me inspiration. Oh, excellent. Lore says, I will not confirm nor deny how effective that voice is. I plead the fifth. A wise decision. Temperance. Peanut says that voice does not bring to mind temperance. Amber says, if I was here earlier this morning, I probably would be a puddle, but I'm not in sub mode right now. Bracing says, I just posted the artwork and I'm very hungry for lunch. Oh. Yeah, I understand what you mean, Bracing Star. I will have to remove it from this particular tab because it is definitely a little bit NSFW, but honestly, well done. Mary says, at Winter, I know, but we to give that girl a chance to breathe once in a while. Winter says at Rebels, I simply have too much resilience to melt to a voice. Aisha says, after I kidnap the princess, we will be married immediately in a quiet civil ceremony. Not a lavish spectacle in 3 weeks' time, during which the final phase of my plan will be carried out. Peanut Master says, last stream was Quick-a-thon, this one is Vocal Mind Melt. Aisha says, Evil Overlord List Rule 8. Amber says, Nico, suggestion. Try saying good toy in the evil voice. See how many you can melt. Aww. Good toy. Sources says, who needs hair? Bracing says, and I can't believe I may have broke down mom's side of Cutiefox. Belkir says, no, don't encourage her. Mary says, can I be the princess Nico kidnaps? Nick says, last night I tried drawing one of the characters from Honkai Impact 3rd, but I honestly don't like it that much. I'm sorry. I choked on water. I'm so sorry, swords are soft. Amber says at Valkyr, I want to see a big enough puddle to fill the Sahara Desert. Laura says, how do you get the adult role on the server, by the way? You either ask myself or you ask a moderator, and we have to verify if you are trustworthy to receive the role. Major says, I unmelted but was swiftly remelted. So Joseph says, I will get you back, don't worry. Cute. Amber says at Major, sounds like you're a good toy for Nico then. /day. Valkyr says, was wondering that as well, Laura. How would we prove we are trustworthy? There's actually been a bit of a debate for as long as the 18+ role and the adult-only areas of the server have been a thing. Honestly, there has been no surefire method for verifying 18+ members aside from identification. Typically, it's something that is stated in the introduction section of the Cutiefox ASMR server. We do our best to stay vigilant about a lot of stuff. Winter says, I didn't even know there's an 18+ role. There is indeed. There are a couple of very not safe for work 18+ areas of the server as well. Ones that we do our best to... What's the word I'm looking for? Keep away from minors. Lore says blood oath. Bracing says okie dokie. Kendrick says hi. Valkyr says too spicy to be viewed, yeah. Quite. Amber get head patted. Oh, you want head pats too? Head pats. Oh, poor dear. Bracing says, I guess I forgot to add my age to my intro. Whoopsie, lol. Amber says, fun facts with Amber. The soles of your feet will never grow hair. Until we meet again. Nick says, I'm gonna try to draw another character in Honkai, but she is too pretty for my art, so yes. I don't think she's too pretty for your art. You just need to have a little bit more confidence in yourself. Laura says, sorry, do you mean like official identification or proof we aren't creeps? Fine with either. Yes, like official identification or government-issued IDs sent to our moderators. And in the end, we might not grant you the 18+ role if we don't think that it would be appropriate for you to be in those spaces. Winter says, I never think to add my age into my intros. It's something that is up to user discretion. Sudden thought occurs. Dunno. It's a half-baked thought. I will mention it a bit later when it's fully baked. Swords says, Nico, what is your weirdest fact? My weirdest fact. Trying to think of one. Bracing says, did I hear any old lady voice? Huh? Nick says, horns are hard to draw. Sorcha Stuff says, Nico, can we have permission to try and draw one of your characters? Go right ahead. Amber says, Nyx, as if anyone could be more pretty than me. Bracing says, okay, good to know. Valkyrie says, okay, just send an identification. When I have a moment, we'll send that to a mod. Lore. I'm ambiguously 2230, like Schrodinger's cat but with age. Bracing says, sorry, my hearing is not great, but not bad either. I understand that. Also, I do have to say this too. My mods are close friends and people I trust. They are people too, so don't go pestering them. If, gosh, what's the thought I'm looking for? Pestering mods isn't a good way of getting roles, and is in fact a good way of getting you kicked out of the server. It would be appropriate to just approach a mod respectfully, like they are indeed a person, explain your situation, and provide proof of your age, and you'll be given the 18+ role. It's something that has been nebulous in my server, and I don't like that it's been ambiguous and nebulous. Yeah, Aesthetic Wasteland has it right. Pestering is not the vibe. Nexus feels weird drawing with a full-size pencil. Thank you so very much, Laura. It's actually one of my nightmares that a miner ends up in the more mature ends of the server. Because that's not something that I want. It puts everyone in a really dangerous spot, I believe. And it also puts the miner in question in a dangerous spot too. We want to ensure that the safe is space for everyone. Did I really just say safe is space for everyone, rather than the space is safe for everyone? I can't believe I messed that up. But the sentiment is still sound. Lore says, I like strict not safe heroic roles and roles personally, so I agree, Nico. It's actually been a slight debate for a long time at this point, whether or not I should have a separate, more mature server for all the mature stuff. And it just never got started. Gosh, I'm sorry for just suddenly going incredibly quiet. I was just... My thoughts instantly got wired to nervousness. Mary says it's not a necessity either. Yes. I used to be a lot more lax with the role than I am these days. These days I'm definitely a lot more guarded about it because I want to ensure people's safety. And as time goes on, it's probably going to become even more defensive and cagey. Valkyr has the right of it. Better to be safe than sorry. I don't want anyone getting hurt on the server, in any regard. There's actually a problem on the server a while ago. It's been quite some time and it's all been resolved. Well, it's all been mostly resolved, I believe. But there was a case of a member of the server being incredibly creepy to another member. And yeah, the person in question got instantaneously banned. You'll also get instantaneously banned if you continuously spam images or links in any of the channels. Yeah, it's also in the announcement, well, not in the announcements, but in the rules section, that you should be number one, respectful of others, no bullying or harassment. Also goes without saying, but it also excludes, like, the rule says... What was the phrase I was going for here? I completely flubbed up my phrasing. Apologies. It also means, and I can't believe I have to state it, no racism. There was actually a server that I ran a couple of years before Cutiefox ASMR server, in which people started inviting random people onto the server, and then those random people would be insanely disrespectful to myself and others, and posting incredibly racist posts. And that incident has kind of just stuck in my mind, and I do not want a repeat of that. Exactly. Exactly, Lore. Exactly. Aisha says, is it Discord or is it people? It's people that sometimes use Discord. Mary says, it's idiotic that anyone should need to be told not to be a bigot. That should be a default state for everyone. I completely understand. I actually used to not have as many rules on the server because I thought they were self-explanatory. For example, the very first rule that I had on it had to have the addendum, this means no bullying or harassment, because people kept harassing people. Yeah, Amber, the music is way too bright for how dark the discussion got. Lore says some people are, what's the word? Dense. You dense mother fluffer. That's a little bit of a syndrome meme that I found ages ago that I adapted. You dense mother fluffer. Mary says, I think it goes beyond dense lore. Valkyrie says, black hole level of dense. Aisha says the internet continues to prove Hobbes was right. Hey, Fnenza. Hi. And hi, Asahi. Hi, hi. Oh, it's not wrong, bracing. Amber says, fun facts with Amber. More human twins are being born now than ever before. Oh, I see. Lore says, how do you feel about sirens, Cutiefox? Are you talking about electronic sirens, or are you talking about the ones in mythology and other such stories? Fnenza, what did you miss? We were talking about a bunch of topics, a lot of which were incredibly heavy, regarding the 18+ role on the server. Ah, the mythological kind. It actually did take me by surprise that sirens in Greek mythology had wings. I fully expected them to be kind of like mermaids. And it's actually why the siren that I wrote has a shark tail. Right. Amber says, if you met an exact clone of yourself, would you love them or hate them? I don't know. I don't know. I think of it... I think if we were to, like, look each other in the eye, I think we would both register the other as a reflection. until we were, like, completely aware that they were, like, a separate person in front of us. One that thinks along similar paths as we do, but is in fact not us. It would fill me with a sense of dread. Otherwise, I don't know. Finanza says, what's the 18+ rule? Roll. Actually, it's R-O-L-E. It's a role on the Discord server. Lore says, yeah, Sirens takes tons of forms. I'm named after Sirens, so I'm a bit of a dork for them. Oh, I see. Racing says, depends on the clone's behavior. Yeah, I didn't even think of it. If we were talking like a one-to-one clone, oh yeah, that would be the answer that I would give, like, above. But if it was like an evil clone or something, Oh, what an interesting mirror. Ah! Aeshiv says, the siren myth likely merged with the mermaid myth. Mary says, I'm about to be 30 years over 18. Winter, I don't have to worry about an evil clone because I am the evil clone. That'll make you any less cute, Mary. Aw, big yawn. Big yawning time. Do-do, diddle-oo-do-do-do, diddle-oo-do-do-do, diddle-oo-do-do-do. Aisha says there's a non-zero chance the Noah's Ark myth was adapted from a Mesopotamian story. I would argue that it was adopted from a Mesopotamian story or a Sumerian tale. I mean, if we're talking about a small-scale flood and a small-scale little boat that has all of the animals that a shepherd would likely have on them, yeah, it would definitely make sense. It's only when you try to scale up from that to make it a worldwide flood and all the animals that it becomes so unwieldy and unpractical. Oh, if you want to next, you can. Mary says that, Winter, Nico is the one with the fox floof. I'm a succubus, we aren't cute. Well, when we're little. Finanza says, nah, you're cute. I have to agree, Mary, you are cute. Aisha says the stories are way too similar to not be a bit related. Bracing says, minus Noah's Ark. Lore says, and everyone calls me an idiot for building a giant boat here in the desert. I'll show them. Hello, game. What stories? Oh, mythological stories. I actually did a lot of research into some of the origins of the Bible stories. which is a little bit awkward when I'm like in the middle of my other job and then someone approaches me with some Christian religion-based things, and I will take that as a challenge to just nerd out about all the stuff that I learned. Like the origins of the character of the devil, for example. Pricing says since succubi are cute, depends on the type of succubi. Finanza says, at Married, cute is not defined by species. Finanza says, Floof is not the only cute. Your horns and tail are gorgeous. Racing says, same goes for incubi. Fakir says, oh, the origins of the devil is so complicated. Lore says, was the devil a girl? Okay, well actually, that's a bit fascinating too, because in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where the Garden of Eden story actually like originated, Lilith was Adam's first wife prior to the events of Genesis. And the difference between Lilith and Eve was the fact that Lilith did not want to submit to Adam as her wife. And Adam tried to force it upon her anyways, and Lilith knew the secret name to God, so she used it and flew out and escaped the Garden of Eden. And as the tale goes, Lilith managed to sneak back into the garden, saw Adam with the other woman, and then took on the guise of a snake. You see, back when the Sistine Chapel was being painted, as well as a bunch of other artworks, people regularly confused the serpent with Lilith. Asia says it's also fun how many societies are of the opinion that the Earth is the cut-up body of some ancient giant. Game Grimoire says, that feeling when the word devil is just the word evil with a D in front. I didn't notice it. Mary says that bracing. Succubus single, succubi plural, just to be clear. Lore says, ooh, didn't know that. Mary says, yep, Lilith was an independent thinker. Valkyrie says, love her just saying no and getting out. Finanza says, an icon. Lore, very interesting. Yes, I thought so too. I took the story of Genesis, I smashed it up into itty-bitty pieces, and I actually used it to make a video. The Serpent in the Garden is my take on the Genesis myth. Basically, I just saw it as Lilith talking with Eve and noticing that Eve was incredibly unhappy. And Lilith actually did have a gigantic crush on Eve when Eve, like, was in the garden. Except that Lilith had other duties to attend to. She was one of the main protectors of the garden, as well as anything else that the creator god was working on. Personally, I believe that by slightly depowering the overall creator god and then adding a bunch of different reasons as to why both demons and angels be, actually makes it a bit more dynamic and interesting a story. At least in my own opinion. Thank you so very much, Valkyr. Mary says, I'm thinking more about Lilith X Eve video now. I'd like to see more from that story. I actually did have plans to continue it when I first wrote it, and now that I think about it, I'm actually getting inspired to continue writing it. A-Shift says, there's also the logistical issue. In a pre-printing press society, books had to be copied by hand, meaning that it is possible that misprints and misinterpretations pile up. It's actually incredibly true. And there's also the twisting of mythology by people in order to make, like, certain policies. There is actually a distortion of the Bible. I don't know if it's just the King James, but it is one of the most prolific, where they changed some of the verses to say, man shall not lay with another man, from man shall not lay with a little boy. So really, a verse that was against pedophilia was instead twisted by religious pundits into meaning anti-homosexuality. Valkyrie says, with gods, I like the idea that they used to be more powerful, but the act of creation requires a sacrifice of their own self to achieve creation. That's actually really... That's a really good idea, as a matter of fact. Bracing says, I'm watching this stream while watching anime, My Hero Academia, in case you're wondering. That is interesting. A-Shiv says that Mary, the Curse of Cutiefox, mini stories that really deserve a sequel. Shnanza says, I love reading Bible stories as folklore. Asai says, that's interesting to know. Mary says, it's like playing a game of telephone. The message gets really distorted by the time you reach the end of the chain of people. There's actually someone in my store this past week that was raving about the end of days as she was walking through the checkout line. And as I was watching her go, I just couldn't help but feel irked. I couldn't help but feel dismayed. Because people have been predicting the end of times since the world began, and they will continue to do so until the world actually ends. And I don't like it. I don't get it. I don't want to live in fear of something. Because I know that my life will eventually end one day, but I don't want to live in fear of when that day actually is, and I don't want to be too, like, vexed about it. I will just try my best to do my best to improve my behavior until that day actually comes. Mary says, at age of turn, but Lilith and Eve may be getting more now. Well, also keep in mind, I've also promised extra from Overwritten as well as the Siren too, so expect those to probably come first. Mary Jake, the end of days that never ever comes and never will. Talk about being out of touch. A-Shift says, Internet Historian has a great video with some examples. I will hesitate, and I will tell you why. Internet Historian plagiarized Man in Cave. Yes, I do cite H-Bomber Guy as my source. But Internet Historian is notorious for having an audience that is not very pleasant. And the fact that the internet historian was so quick to plagiarize the work of someone else makes me not trust him. Nick says, just realized I have a weird tan line on my arm. Oh, I actually used to have like a farmer's tan on my arms because my blood mother would actually have to be doing yard work for such a long time that it would actually start to tan up the arm. Valkyrie says, don't fear the Reaper. Just greet them as an old friend when the time comes. Exactly. Mary says, they're at the front of the line, Nico. Valkyrie says, oh gods. Used to like Internet Historian, but that stopped me watching instantly. Yeah, the original version of Man in Cave had some nice animation done, but then it was mysteriously taken down. Who could have guessed why? Laura says, oh gosh, you guys can turn tan. I turn into a tomato. It really depends for me. It takes, like, a long time of exposure to the sun. Not enough to actually, like, burn my skin, though that can happen. I am ghostly pale. Ashiv says, the end of days will happen in 6 billion years when the sun dies. Yes. Game says, perhaps because the cart. Valkyrie says, too much matched up with that video. Game says, accidentally hit enter. Nick says, usually wear jackets and long sleeves. Switch of Stuff says, I burn so easily, I'm jealous of people who tan. Amber says, isn't Internet Historian a white supremacist? Oh yeah, I thought he was. I just didn't want to say in case I had to bite my tongue. But I think that he is, like, known for being a white supremacist. Take a grain of salt with everything I say. I will always say this until the end of my time here, but take whatever I say with a grain of salt, but I do believe that Internet Historian is a bit of a white supremacist. Mary says, I'd still like to see a ghost girlfriend video from Unico. It really does depend. It really does depend. I don't know how to do a ghost. I don't know how to do a ghost justice. Valkyrie says, oh gosh, didn't know that. If that's true, dang. I know it sounds a little bit strange for me to say, seeing as I did an adaptation of, like, a sentient living room in the same vein as, like, 1408, just with a yandere spin. But I do want to try to make a ghost with a lot of kick to her. Game says, how come? I personally haven't seen reason to believe that, no offense. Let's see. Mary says, Christopher Tice is a really great rebuttal to white supremacy mindset and is, no side effects stand-up special. Huh. Interesting. There's a brutal takedown of these idiots. Interesting. Interesting. Of those. Yeah, those idiots. That actually makes more sense. We can all agree that white supremacists are nasty people. A large part of me does pity them, but another, even larger part of me says that it would be incredibly dangerous for them to continue to be as they are. And what I mean is basically, you cannot sit down at a table with these people. You cannot try to reason with them because they are beyond reason. Valkyr has the right of that. Game says, as a sort of morbid curiosity, I wonder how people end up in that rabbit hole of such horrid beliefs. Very seductive persuasion. Because a lot of people who end up swayed to white supremacist beliefs are, I hesitate to say marginalized, but a lot of them are taken under the wing of people who show them sympathy and hold poisonous views. Mary says, Chris goes on like a 5-minute rant just destroying white supremacists in the most hilarious way I've ever seen. Valkyr says, can also be family passing down their beliefs to their children. Quite. I actually have my own personal story, though it isn't to such an extreme view. My, blood uncle, I call him that, my blood uncle used to fly the Confederate flag a lot, despite, you know, what that flag actually stands for. And eventually he did stop it. It is a very weird and poisonous thing that you sometimes just see. Because whenever I see the Confederate flag, I see death. Lore says, plus if your family and friends are in those groups, it's very hard to even consider being wrong. It hurts to be wrong, so they'll deny facts to continue their racist beliefs. Exactly. The racist beliefs then become like a cuckoo, hatching into the nest of the family. And if the young start to point out the flaws with those particular beliefs, suddenly the cuckoo gets in between them. It seeks to divide them. It seeks to separate them. And then the poisonous beliefs start to win. They start to overtake. Mary says, anyone flying that flag is un-American. Yes, considering the fact that the Confederacy seceded of their own accord and turned against the Union, they are, by definition, traitors. Traitors who give their life's mission to a goal of extreme unethical design. The Confederacy was built on the principle that slavery was for them okay. We know that slavery was not okay. We knew it when we started implementing the practice. So yeah, I dislike this notion that, oh, it was just a different time. No, we knew it was wrong when we started doing it to our fellow people. Amber said, I met an American yesterday who seemed to apologize for the bad Germans because they were from Germany, so it isn't just Americans. I'm conflicted because I don't want people to apologize for things that they personally have never done. But I do want people to hold themselves accountable for their own actions, for their own words. Aisha says, as a non-American, I find it amusing how obsessed with a nation that lasted less than 5 years. Exactly. Valkyr says, I'm very thankful to the family that I've had that let me come to my own conclusions and beliefs. Lore says, I was born in the South, so I know what it's like to have family that fly that flag. Disgusting. Mary says, at Amber, there are bad eggs everywhere, Amber. Finanza says, it's weird hearing my name come from someone who knows me as Finanza. You guys stay safe out there. Thanks, Mama. Bye. Aishiv says, I'd like to raise the point that pretty much every society in history practiced some form of slavery. We live in a place that practices slavery today. It just has shifted forms slightly. Think about the fact that American prison systems have way too many people in there. We have perhaps the highest imprisoned population per capita. And the thing is if they decline to do a lot of the work that is being proposed in a lot of these prisons, that is actually enforced in a lot of these prisons, they can be punished with harsher sentences. And let's not forget that by the United States' own definition, police are basically legalized gangs. I am unabashedly liberal in this view. Whenever, like, a police officer enters into my store, I instantaneously feel a lot more tense. I automatically just consider any potential situation that might end up, like, going wrong. Valkyr says, yeah, it's something that people don't think about. Mary says, aside from Russia, the US has the highest prison population. Aisha says, because for as long people have had hard work to do, people have come to the conclusion that let's make someone else do this. Exactly. Game says, slavery will always exist in some way or another. Too many people see opportunity exploiting their fellow man. Yes, we should do the best that we can to dismantle these systems wherever we find them. It's why I say whenever you see a police officer on the scene, you should film them. Always make sure that the eyes of the world are watching them and make sure they are aware of that. I remember there's a project proposed being called Cop City or something, somewhere around the Atlanta area. What the heck? An entire city dedicated to an entire gang. An entire government-supported gang. I find that incredibly dour a fact. Yeah. Laura says, cops make me uncomfortable as well. Yes. Whenever a police officer approaches my till, I won't offer them the usual greetings that I offer another customer. I won't be, "Hi, how are you? Did you find everything okay?" I'll basically just keep it bare bones, damn near skeletal responses to what needs to happen. I will tell them what they owe. I will nod to whatever they say, but I won't look them in the eyes. The last thing I want to do is end up on the wrong end of the police. Peanut says, "I'm sad to hear that because I have family that I know for a fact are good officers, but I know too many people have had experiences that make reactions like yours justified. I've heard too many stories. Acorn, for example. And with that simple word, you already know what I'm talking about. With just a simple word. Acorn." Mary says at game, "When it is no longer humans, it will be androids." Which, is still, like, going to be horrific a practice. So long as the machines are well taken care of, so long as the androids, if they are sentient, by that point, they should have as many rights as humans do. Valkyr says, "I know they're great people, Peanut, but unfortunately I struggle to trust them with my experiences. Because yes, racism exists, discrimination exists, and they exist in police populations too. They will use intimidation tactics. They will hurt people. Innocent people. They've been known to plant evidence." Finanza says, "It saddens me that the people supposed to protect us directly harm us." Nick says, "This is the reason I want to go Canada or somewhere in Europe." Lore says, "I try to draw as little attention to myself as possible." Peanut says, "I know this is true, Mary, so I don't judge anyone for their responses. It would be completely unfair. Sorry, Valkyr." Ashif says, "Nix Garcia, we have our own problems up here." Mary says at Peanut, "Most officers are dedicated to enforcing the law and protecting people. The real problem, for the most part, is the actual system in so many ways." It's an unfortunate fact that a lot of people end up joining the police force for the same reason that people join the military. They want an ethical excuse to murder people. Peanut says, "I agree, and it perpetuates an environment that lets bad cops slip through too easily. Yes, there should be harsher restrictions on who gets to be a police officer. There should be more, there should be more funding for the weeding out process. There should be funding in the training process, because as it stands, United States police don't have to understand the very laws that they're enforcing in order to, enact stuff like imprisonment for any reason. Heck, for the thing that I basically have just proposed for filming the police, a lot of police officers have this impression that you are not allowed to film them. You are allowed to film on-duty police officers. That is something that you are legally allowed and, in my opinion, obligated to do. Ashif says, "I find it annoying when people who write sci-fi make the labor robots self-aware. That's a lot of extra hard and software for a superfluous purpose." In terms of economics, I would argue Sure, you'll have a bunch of labor robots that are not self-aware, but they'll get damaged more easily because they're not aware of some hazards that might sneak up, around their sensors that they're not programmed to look out for. They could bump into things. They can get damaged a lot more easily. A more expensive robot that is self-aware has the capability of looking around themselves, making sure that they're always on alert for something that could potentially damage them. So being a self-aware android that is working in a workplace is definitely a bigger step up from a slightly cheaper model that doesn't have that self-awareness that will inevitably get destroyed after a much shorter period of time. It's the same thing with boots in a bit of a way. Expensive boots will last you a long, long time, but a lot of people just can't afford those, so they'll get like a cheaper pair of boots that won't last them quite as long a time, and they'll go through more of those pairs of boots than they would if they just got the expensive ones. So in terms of economics, going for the more expensive option that has been quality tested will definitely last you in the long run, and a self-aware robot that is able to look out for particular environmental and urban and suburban threats will be able to survive longer than a robot that does not have these capabilities. Peanut says, and harsher punishments for crimes committed by officers both on and off duty. Exactly. If you hand a human being a gun, and you do not teach them the appropriate laws and circumstances required to use that gun, they're going to use that gun more often. I don't like that. Mary says, Peanut, that is a big problem I've learned about over the years. Valkyr, 100% film anything to hold them accountable. Exactly. If you do not film it, they will find any and every way possible to worm out of accountability. How many police officers have actually gotten away with planting evidence that has put innocent people away forever, or gotten innocent people killed? And that is true evil. Game says, Boston Dynamics scares me. It's been a bit since I've seen anything from Boston Dynamics. Mary says, Chef, it really is a lot of extra work, but that step makes them better able to do the job. It's a sad fact, my friend. Chef says, if you're a company, then you can sell repairs for the robot. Or heck, if the androids become self-aware and they're able to, they can work jobs, make money, pay taxes, and then go to specialized repair facilities that will work as basically our hospitals. And that the dollars that they make go into repairing them down the line. Valkyr says, it is an interesting writing issue with self-aware machines. Bishop says, or replacements. Finanza says, still labor robots still don't need emotions or opinions. It just makes it closer to slavery. Racing says, I agree, that's just low. Mary says, okay, I just saw an article on my phone that Dead by Daylight is getting a Dungeons and Dragons crossover this month? Ooh, I'll have to really look at that. Bishop says, also, why do you need it to be human-level intelligence, even... I caution you, do not call animals stupid, because humans are animals. I do apologize for suddenly, adopting a colder tone, but I think you might have just touched a nerve with me. Do not call animals stupid. Animals have emotions. They are self-aware in perhaps not quite the same regard as humans do. They might not be able to speak, but they feel emotions. They're able to feel love. They're able to feel pain. They're able to feel sick. So don't do that. Finanza says, ooh, what do you think I'll be? Lore says, and I'll have insurance, woo! Gam says, me in 2060 having to basically become an engineer in order to keep my job as a doctor because of androids. Hey, skills. And hey, you don't have to, like, have one person learn both, like... you know, engineering as well as medicine. Though I suppose it would help. Valkyrie says, oh yeah, we are animals. Bracing Star says, I agree, animals have feelings. Amber says, Colt Nico's terrifying. I'm sorry. Mary says, stupid is the choice, Shiv, and much smarter than people a lot of time. We don't... Huh. Lore says, I like animals a lot. If I could afford it, I'd be vegan. I enjoy eating meat like, chickens and other stuff. I personally don't mind doing so as long as animals in question are treated with respect. It's why I do my best to not, like, waste a single morsel, because letting anything of that go to waste is just a bigger insult. Because if the food is already in my hand, the animal is already long since dead. Aishiv says, I'm not saying all animals are stupid, sorry if that didn't come through in text. I'm talking about very simple creatures avoiding harm, like microscopic parasites. Mary says, sorry, I mangled that. I meant to say that animals won't do things we do. Swords Herself says, poor animals. Valkyr says, the thing that confuses me is some people think other animals are less evolved than us, but everything is just as evolved as us, just in different ways. Yeah, that's what people sometimes do that really irks me, because I study a little bit of evolution in my off time, because I find it fascinating. Evolution, a process of population genetics. Did you know that ravens can talk? Did you know that they play with wolves? They've gone through a similar process to domesticate wolves, as humans have done. Corvids are incredibly smart birds. They can use tools, they can problem solve. Hello. Game says, you just remind me of that recent RSCPA ad campaign. Amber says, I also love animals, but like eating meat. Also, I kind of have a nutritional deficiency that means I would die on just plants. Completely understood. Some people do have those dietary restrictions, just as some people need to stay with plants. Some people need to mix their plant diet with a meat diet, or some other, nutrition that they need. Aisha says, I'm fully aware of how terrifyingly smart corvids are. I have a group of them that come to my deck for bread. Bread! Nancy says, I wish ethical meat was cheaper. Lore says, it's more to do with emissions than the ethics of hurting the animals for, like, veganism. I think it's ridiculous how much food we waste for me. Yes, for me, the biggest crime of all is just how much of our food goes to waste because gods forbid we feed the homeless. Let me ask you something. who deserves more or less food? And I do say that rhetorically, because it's one of those things that I've been mulling over in my time working at the DG. It's just, the entire system that we're in is basically people walk up to my counter all the time. They have food, right? There's absolutely no reason why I shouldn't just give it to them. There's no reason under the sun that says that these people deserve food more or less than the people around them. People are entitled to food, because food means survival, and we should do our best to facilitate that. It's also one of those things where I just look at, oh, you're just giving away other people's time and effort for free. We do that all the time. We do that all the time, just as we throw away perfectly good food all the time. You're letting that be a bigger waste. Peanut says they also hold funerals and death investigations to find any potential danger to the flock. Nick says the process of ravens talking is called freeing their tongues. Laura says like once a week. Awesome. Nick says, if I'm not wrong. Finanza says many animals are smart enough to talk, their vocal cords just don't always allow it. Ashif says, crows also know how to read our traffic lights more than I can say for some people. Yes, crows can actually take certain kinds of nuts that they can't otherwise open and eat, put them in the road, so that after a car goes by, they can eat the nut. It's wild, it's great. Well, anyways, getting back to and finishing up the thought, it's why I consider capitalism to be quite evil. Capitalism breeds nothing but the idea that some people are better than others, and that's not one that I enjoy. Down with capitalism. Or at least this wild unabandoned, wild abandoned capitalism that we've got. Just as much as socialism needs its reins, capitalism needs its reins as well. Amber says, I want to teach a flock of wild ravens to say run and then let them go wild again. Sounds like something the entity from Dead by Daylight would do. Bye, Nix. Game says, I did some charity work for a food waste service that helped poor people get food that would have expired otherwise. Telling you, the amount of food Amazon wastes is beyond abhorrent and disgusting. Exactly. Exactly. I've heard tales of certain stores and chains that will basically throw away stale food and then cover it in bleach anyways so that people won't be able to eat it. How absolutely disgusting a practice. Valkyrie says, okay, didn't know that I've learned something. Bracing says, interesting. Lore says, why must we compete? We don't have to fight. That's exactly my point. We don't have to fight. We can cooperate. That's what a lot of societies do. We cooperate. We talk with one another. We try to figure out problems that arise in our community, and we try to solve them. Amber says, Nico is a red fox /J/S. Is this a joke or something? Because I'm not quite getting the punchline. Valkyrie says, everyone is equally valuable. Only when you start hurting others do you become less of a person. Exactly. Valkyrie's the right of it. The second that you hurt someone for no good reason, you become a horrible person. Peanut says, I greatly prefer a mindset where the village has each person produce what they can to help and divide the totals evenly. I would argue that you should divide according to the person's needs. Because let's say someone doesn't have as big of an appetite or just doesn't eat as much as the next person does. in this case, we don't necessarily divide up things evenly. We divide them according to the person's needs. It's that same principle by which we use a differing amount of boxes so that people can see over a fence, for example. That's just an image that I saw on the internet that basically describes what I was thinking. Aisha says, capitalism is a great system, but it needs something to hold it back. Historically, that was usually religious entities. No, I hesitate to say that. I hesitate to say that too. Historically, it was actually government entities that held back capitalism. Peanut says, or the time Dunkin' Donuts sued one of their employees for giving away the day-old donuts to homeless they were throwing away anyways. Yeah, don't like that. Bracing says, I'm back. The internet was making it harder. Amber says red was the term used to... Oh yeah, communism. Mary says, the economy is another system that is wildly out of balance and in desperate need of correction. It started around the Nixon-Reagan era. But yeah, because of Reagan, a lot of our economic systems have been thoroughly dismantled, allowing for a lot of stuff that otherwise would not have happened. A lot of the social security nets have been cut. Social security nets, mind you, that had been working great and allowing people opportunities for a long time. Granted, there was still wild inequality during those times. But right there, you also had wages that were consistent with what you could use for rent and food and stuff. Now, inflation means that we have to spend more for food. We aren't getting paid more. What do we do? Lore says, commie means red, like you're the color red. It was McCarthyism term. I guess. But I'm not exactly a communist. I am socialist, though. Heavily socialist. And I'm not saying that capitalism needs to be abolished completely. That's a little bit silly. I just think that we should have greater reins on it than we do now. Peanut Master says equity versus equality. Yes, Finanza says if the rich didn't get richer, it would be a little more bearable. Aisha says depends on how far back you go. No matter how far back you go, there will always be a form of inequality. But even then, you basically just do the best you can to eliminate the problems while heightening the good of those systems. Like, for example, gosh, what is a good example? I'm not thinking of any good examples. Perhaps, like, just abandon that idea and just say, we should perhaps progress in a better way forward than our predecessors did. Perhaps that's a better way of putting it. Valkyrie says, think personally, one of the ultimate issues is corporations seeking infinite growth, which is impossible. Exactly! Here's the thing. Corporations will continuously seek out larger and larger profits than the years before, despite all of us knowing that that isn't something that can be, you know, sustained. Game says, this feels like an Ace Attorney case. We're prosecuting the CEO of capitalism. Yeah, let's get Jeff Bezos on the stand. Let's get Elon Musk on the stand. I hear that he has like a bunch of skeletons in his closet. Let's reopen a bunch of cases, let's see. Lore says, no, you don't understand. We don't deserve handouts, with the heaviest sarcasm. I despise that... I despise the fact that the term for helping people has been derogatorily called handouts. It's like, do you not want help? It's like, do you just want us to not help people? Because that sounds an awful like what you're proposing. Not you as in anyone here, just the ideas that I've been seeing. Sorcerer says, I forget you're red sometimes. Mary says, I have to deal with those social security systems, and they are inadequate to say the least. Everything needs to be fixed. Laura says, do you just watch people fall and not offer to help them up? Like what? I don't understand people. Exactly. It's like those, red-blooded Americans that don't believe in giving people handouts, or you just gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps, which actually was like the term denoting an impossible action. Zalkir says the best way of managing a business is aiming to have sustainable growth. There will be a peak with consumer base, and their income don't push it further. Yeah, sustainable growth, a comfortable plateau in which consumer base are comfortable, the people working in the business are comfortable, but there is no level of excess anywhere. Game says real life ain't an MMO. There isn't a literal infinite amount of money that can be generated yet retain its value. Trying to grind real life is how we end up with the markets instead MMOs, but IRL. Asaida Pocky. Oh, see you later, Peanut. Thank you so very much for stopping by. And thank you so very much for bearing with me. This is something that I feel very, very heated about. The red of my hair and my fire magic, all powered by the heat of my passion. Game says, come to think of it, big corporations are the botters of IRL. Lore says, I can tell you're passionate about the topic. Valkyr says, we very much have turned into philosophical debate. Glad to know I'm among similar people. Aiship says, any hints about what the next video is about? Well, are you talking about the next one that's going to be released to Patreon, or the next one that's going to be released to the YouTube channel? Because that's two different answers. Anyways, I am going to be right back. I need to use the restroom really quickly, so I will be right back. I am definitely not ending the stream early this time around. Internet's looking really, really good. Anyways, be good. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hi. Hi. Oh, yes, yes. Nothing happened. Of course, of course, of course. Aisha says we didn't, kill each other, aren't you proud? I'm very proud of y'all. Huggles, Huggles and Snuggles. There's a particular song, sound that's going around the YouTube Shorts feed that I've got. That is basically an artist asking her creation to hug her. Give your mom a hug! I spent 6 months crafting your plot, and this is what I get. Give your mom a hug. Ember says, Nico, I may have another suggestion for the evil voice. Well, let's hear it. Mary says they elected me without my consent. It was weird. Also, is my elbow inside of me? It's so weird. Ah, yes, that's better. Relatively speaking. Hey, Shiv says, it is your creation. Has the word video gained a physical form? Nope, not yet. Bracing says the ASMR idea I have is a giant doll mummy, but a different species. Or says, I didn't know it's your elbow. Let's see here. Winter, at Mary. Well, aside from you, Nico, you're the cutest here. Mary says, seriously, these people can't be left unsupervised. Amber says, take care of yourself, cutie. You'll be needed for future plans, and we don't want you to be in bad condition. In the evil voice. Lore says, no, you can trust me. Stanza says at Mary, no, we cannot. Lore says, trust me. Winter, at Mary, that's why they tried to elect a supervisor. Ashiv, yet worrying. Mary says, at Winter, no one escaped the cute in Nico's yandere basement. No one. Sorts of Sauce says, I think I just need to stop consuming things while watching your stream. Keeps catching me off guard. Oh, cute. Oh, honey, you're breathing so raggedly. Now, that does make me annoyed, seeing you run so ragged. You shall need to be restored to your prime condition. So come, lay on this bed and rest. Sartosov says, yeah. Valkyr says, I don't want to melt and choke at the same time. Sartosov says, you're cute. Bullying. Amber says, at Sartosov, maybe you should focus harder on Nico then. Gosh, it reminds me of like a mind control villain I was thinking of writing at some point, with a very unique take on it. The mind control only really takes effect once the mind controller touches the listener's bare skin in any capacity. Oh, honey, we both know that you'll melt the second I run this finger across your unprotected jawline. You simply can't resist. I won't allow it. Mary says, Eep, Nico, you're doing it again. Aisha says, anyway, before you left, you are going to reveal the next videos. Sortosa says, oh, I'm always focused on Nico. Valkyria says, your words just gave me a thought for a script. A person obsessed with repairing and maintaining a deteriorating puppet. Mary shudders. Oh. Laura says, ma'am, I'm trying to drink my coffee. You'll make me spill it. Then I've got some coffee here myself. Delicious. Not as tasty as you. Mary says, definitely in sub mode today. Actually, that mind control story that I proposed actually had its original origins in a Tumblr post. I need to look it up. Oh, it'll take me so long to find it now. Because I don't know what I'm looking for. No! I guess this is gonna be a sign that I should stop looking for it and just write what I need to write. Switchesov says, I take it as a sign she doesn't want me drinking water, since it's every time I try to drink water she catches me off guard. Amber says Nico plays an evil villain good, but we all know deep down she's just a cute little cinnamon roll who loves people. You caught me. I love people. Mary says, definitely, definitely. Laura says, T-S-S error 404, thoughts not found. As if we ever wanted you thinking in the first place. Mary says at Laura, yep. Shiv says, at Amber, Nico was going to be a hero, but she was booped as a kid and became evil. Amber says, I bet Nico couldn't even heard a lie. I'm not cute, I'm evil. I've been doing the best I can to maintain this higher pitch, by the by. What do you think? Winter says, yeah, it's evil how cute you are, Nico. Laura says, muffled squealing noises. Sortosa says, you're cute, the cutest there is. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Mary says, Mary.exe has stopped responding. Would you like to reboot the system and try again? Laura says, oh, it sounds really natural. I like the pitch. I'm really glad you like it. Amber says, Nico, do a cute little roar. Is it a roar? Asahi says, you're very kawaii. Honestly, I think that I really, really like this higher pitch of mine. Basically, I want to make it sound the most natural that I can, and then speak in it like a good 80% of the time. And just slowly, slowly eliminate all of the lower resonance tones. Hi, hi, hello, hi. Yay. Volker says suits you very well. Thank you. Woo. Excuse me. I think I broke my squeaker. I can't squeak on command anymore. Oh well. Well, okay. Oh, spoke too soon. It could just be that I drank some coffee and it broke my squeaker for a little moment. head aches a little. Probably from not having enough caffeine. Drink iced coffee. Panic attack. Drink iced coffee. Panic attack. Valkyr says, I have to go to sleep now. Good night, everyone, and have a good rest of your stream. Thank you so very much, Valkyr. Sartor says, his sleepy girl. Bracing says, another squeak. Amber says, cute yawn. Mary says, I may be able to help with the ghost gift an idea. It depends on what kind of angle you'd want to go for, though. Amber says, Nico's cute little fox kit. I'm not a cute fox kid. I'm a grown woman. That yawn was cute. I'll show you cute. I'll show you cute. I'll show you cute. Amber! Okay, Foxcat. Mary Drake says, Aunt Robust, yeah, she's a full-grown vixen, Amber. A very cute vixen, but a vixen nonetheless. Asher says, she's got a fluff bomb. Run, fluff! Amber says, poop the fox snoot. Ah! I've been pooped. Asahi? Laura says, gotta work a long shift later. I'm not looking forward to it. Sorry about that. Coffee. Ah, quite nice coffee. Amber, give me back my coffee! Laura, at least I can hang out here for a bit. Mary Drake says that Asahi sneaks up on Asahi. Boo! Boop. I booped the chat. Hey, Chef. At Amber, I might have run multiple brick construction sites, but that's too far. Asahi? Ah, Mary. Amber. It's freaking hot over there, Time Marshal. I see. Nya. Nuzzle. Nuzzle. It's about 20 degrees C. Oh dear. Isha says I must go for now. Stay safe. Mary says bracing has turned into a cat again. Neil? Neil. Asai-san. Asahi-san? Amber says, why did the music turn into boss music? Because you face me. Nicole, the Cutiefox. Rar. Peanut says, if you're the boss, then it means you're the cutest then. Ack. There yet, Amber, I don't hear one-winged angel. banana, banana. Banana, banana, Nya purr, nya purr purr, nya purr purr, nya purr purr, nya meow, nya purr purr, nya meow purr, nya meow purr, Cutiefox. Mary Cass Pink Love Heart. Sigh. Oh, thank you. Laura says, you know, I was gonna ask a question, but you going yell like that distracted me and I forgot. Amber says, Nico's an adorable sweet little fox who loves people in such a cinnamon roll. Mary says, our kitsune turned into a Neko. It's the Cupocalypse. Amber says, oh my gosh, little giggles, my heart. Bracing says, out of every fox and or kitsune I've ever met, you, Cutiefox, are absolutely cutest. Thank you so very much for the compliment. No. Dude. Oops. Possessed. Oh, poor kid. Sorry, Cat was just sick. I'll have to be right back. Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that. I do apologize for all of that. The cat was just sick. So I had to take the cat outside, and yeah, the whole possessed look was basically just because I turned around and my VTuber model couldn't precisely track where I was. Phew. So I just been running about, getting a bunch of stuff done. Phew. Ugh. Gosh, I'm exhausted. Guess I moved a bit too quickly, trying to get, the area cleaned up and making sure that the kitty was okay. I put the cat outside so that the cat would get some fresh air, and hopefully it will mean that the cat will be okay soon. But he was sick on a coat, so I had to start immediately throwing together laundry to put in the wash. Yeah, the kitty will be fine. I think that we should definitely treat cats who are sick with a little bit more gentleness, because it's not the cat's fault that they threw up. They just had to. It's kind of like when we do. It's never fun, it's never pleasant, and the last thing that you want is to be yelled at in that moment. Okay, fun fact, I'm actually blonde IRL. Nuzzle. Nuzzle, nuzzle. Though whether or not I have a soul remains to be seen. Phew. Snuggle hugs. Sartre Sauce has pretty hair. Lars says I'm naturally a ginger, so I definitely don't have a soul. Sai says I have a black and dark red hair color. Sorry. Phew. Nuzzle snuggles. Laura says I have to go to work, so I'll catch y'all later. It was lovely chatting. Thank you for streaming. Thanks, Laura. Asahi says, fun fact about my hair, a little of them is already turning to gray. Oh, I see. I've actually got a fun fact about my IRL hair. I have a streak of platinum in my hair. Which is otherwise like a dirty honey blonde color. Amber says that Asahi, I'm 18 and I have gray hair already. Oh, I see. Great to know. Oh. Meow. Sorry for going so quiet. Mary says my hair started off blonde, then turned brown, now it's black. My hair can't make up its mind. I've been there. Yeah, when I was a kid, my hair was really brightly colored blonde. Almost platinum in some places. And according to my blood mother, I was completely platinum when I was a kid. And then as I started growing older, my hair started darkening out. Until now it's all just like a dark, dirty blonde color, except for the streak of platinum that I've got. Oh, by the by, would you like to see some gameplay of Dead by Daylight or something? I'm getting all my chores done today so I can finish my last 2 gaming videos I've been meaning to upload on the schedule. I know I say the last part a lot, but I want it done so I can enjoy my break. Coffee. Coffee, good. Coffee's so wonderful. Do 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 do. Let's see here. Mary says coffee, blah. Even the smell is enough to knock me on my butt. Master says, never been a fan. Caffeine doesn't really affect me, and I don't like the taste aside from in ice cream. No brain just flew. Welcome back. Welcome home.
Hey, no. Don't do it. I got my prettiest girlfriend the prettiest flowers. See?
They look absolutely wonderful. Hi. Bracing says, am I hearing things or is that... Oh, are you talking about Bear Waifu and After Dark VA? Yep, they just passed by. Tamarsa says, I did think I hear Mama Bear and Cutie Bat if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Shall I tell them hi for you guys? Hey, everyone says hello. And they say hello in return. I'm quite floof-brained, I agree. Okay, I did say that I was going to play some Dead by Daylight. Okay. I keep looking, I keep trying to find that one Tumblr post when I said that I would be giving up looking for that one Tumblr post. Infinifoxo. Bonk. Foxception again. Okay, swap out for... Oh yeah, I got the outfit for the Deathslinger from the Deep Rift from last season. Okay, so just as a question, who do you think I should play as? Yeah, speaking of, I should probably mute that because there's probably gonna be that delay. Alright, we've got a vote for the nurse. Okay. Also... Right, let's see. I want to equip some Bloody Party streamers for this one, because if people are going to go up against my nurse, I want them to at least get some blood points out of it. Oh, excuse me. Welcome back, Ventura. Alright, so for the build that I'm working on, it is barbecue and chili, which means that after I hook a survivor, I'll be able to see their auras for a little bit. Eruption. Basically, every single time I kick a generator, it sets a trap, so anytime I down a survivor, they all explode. Nowhere to hide. This will basically mean that every single time I kick a generator, I get to see the auras of any survivors who are hiding nearby. And Lethal Pursuer. At the start of the match, I will basically be able to see the survivors. And every time their aura is shown for a period of time, its duration is increased by 2 seconds. But yeah, it's nurse time! Oh, that was quick. They're all on the other side of the map? Oh, and they're all working on the generator. You do not get to just work on my gen? That was on me. They are all injured! There she is. I'm being led off into a chase, I don't mind. Why did I do that? I thought I was going to be doing something clever. I'm not going to continue on this chase. I'm beating it. I'm doing something else. I'm being so foolish right now. I really need to up my game. Oh, that hurt my soul. That hurt my soul. Got her. Finally, after a generator. Right, kick the gen. Haha, I managed to get her. That was foolish. They're all over there. Well, not all of them, but they're over there. Oh, don't worry. I can see you. Abandon this chase. They're gonna be all healing up anyways. Setting about working on the gens, so my main focus should be on downing survivors where I can, but primarily knocking gens out. Set the trap if I can. No, I keep being foolish. I need to stop doing this. And yep. And... oh. Got her. Oh, she's working on the gen over here. I know who I'm going after. You don't get to touch my gen. Off my gen. I wasn't, like... Oh, she actually went in for the flashbang, which was actually smart, but unfortunately, I kinda got her first. Okay, so she's over here. Got her. Alright, let's go find the hatch for you. She gave up. They actually fought rather well. No, it's one of the others. Is it around or in basement? Sit tight, I'm looking for hatch. Gosh, this hatch is elusive. Yeah, that's the gate. It shouldn't be around here. Is it in the basement? There we go. Honestly, they played well. Hey, John Williams, welcome. And yeah, I'm using all of the blood web purchases for the clown so that I can actually like get his perks available for everyone. So that I don't have to like... So I don't actually have to play clown. I don't like playing clown. Right, any other requests? Huntress, nurse? Need to keep my floof down. Need to keep the floof levels down so I can actually think properly. I could play Spirit too. Yeah, I could play Spirit. Lethal Pursuer, No Way Out, Sloppy Butcher, and Barbecue and Chili is my second loadout. This is my very first loadout. Hex Undying, Hex Blood Favor, Hex Haunted Ground, and Hex No One Escapes Death. This one I find to be an extremely cruel one. Yeah, if the survivors are very well... If they're skilled, then I can... If they're skilled, they get away easily, is what I'm saying. They get all of the hexes done extremely quickly before I get any value out of them. Also, because I have, like, a bunch of hex totems on the field, I have to patrol those too, and I have to patrol them subtly, because otherwise the players will be able to follow me and know where the tax totems are, and then they'll cleanse them. And we've got a Jake Park here, so we've got someone who's played a lot of Dead by Daylight. We've got a lot of people who are playing Dead by Daylight. And the thing is despite the fact that I can do some fairly experienced plays, I can still flub up a lot. I'm not exactly an Ottstarva. Oh, someone did Bloody Party streamers. That was very sweet of them. I just wish I had Bloody Party streamers to use as well. It's been a bit since I've played Spirit. It'll take me a bit to, get used to her again. Oh, rats. My hearing was a little bit off. Okay, so there goes Undying, and... Actually, no, it was Haunted Grounds. So far, so good. And there goes either another Haunting Grounds or something else. Ow! That spooked me. What are you guys doing here? Oh, that was... I'm a little bit sad that that happened. What? How? That grinds my gears. No, you don't get to do that. No, no, no. Look upon your failure. Why do I keep falling for it? I heard the grunting. You could not escape. That was good. I have to admit, that was good. Finally. You know, GG. I got you. Yes, I am nodding at you. That was hard, and I especially enjoyed overcoming that challenge. Oh, they said gross. You tunneled the whole match. They said I tunneled the whole match. I said tunneling is a valid style of gameplay. Heart. Oh my gosh, they are so salty. Oh my gosh. Heart. Oh my gosh, they're swearing. So you won't get better if you don't rye. And you really aren't trying, he said. Maybe learn strategic tunneling, seeing you don't understand how that works. Oh, I had a blast watching you whiff and get mad. It was a blast. Honest to goodness, I did get a little bit mad, but honestly, that's okay. I love it when killers like yourself play that way, said Birthday Girl. Oh my gosh, she's mad. It's only a game, why you have to be mad? You're mad. GG, well played, heart. You're tough, and honestly thank you for the challenge, I said. GG, well played, heart. Birthday Girl said, do you need help? Should we call someone for you? That is so... I think it was a survive with friends. Well, you tunnel, and it really was. It was a bit of a challenge for me. Boring, actually. Still got hooked, though. Still boring. Then play something entertaining, I said. Oh, that's good. With a killer that has skill. Sure. Don't stay too mad, honey. Says, Birthday Girl said, don't stay too mad, honey. Your anger is radiating through the screen, and I replied, I'm not mad at all. I'm giddy, actually. Birthday Girl says, oh, you are so mad, it's funny. Oh my gosh. Look at her go. It's like breathe in and out. It's only a game hunt. Pretty Girl said, if only you could hear us laughing at how mad you are right now, it's comical. Pretty Girl said, I could tell you the same, hun. Cope. Heart. No, I'm not gonna say that. Have the day you deserve, boo. Thank you, same to you. Heart. Pretty Girl says, I bet I'll be full of karma. That was weird. Yeah, I'm lolling so much. One of them has TTV in their name? Okay. So? If they're really going to end the stream like that, then honest to goodness, I don't know what. But I don't honestly think I was like, the only person I really tunneled was the one with the flashlight that one time, because she kept getting blinds on me, and I wanted her out of the game as soon as possible. And honestly, they were just doing the best they could to cover each other. So it really was just my decision to take them out one by one. I will admit I did tunnel, actually. But it is a valid style of gameplay, same as camping. Which, I mean, I don't really like doing much of anyways, because it feels like I should be doing other things in the game, like hunting down other survivors, kicking gens, etc. And let's be frank, they got all of my freaking hexes out of the game first thing, and they weren't really focusing on gens after I started downing them. They were coping so hard. I am actually kind of giddy right now because you don't get many haters in this game. At least that's my experience. I don't get many haters in this game. But when I play Spirit, they tend to come out of the woodwork. They were Survive with Friends too. Oh my gosh. What Survive with Friends acts that way? Winter says they weren't live. Winter said it would have been so funny if they were. Oi! No go being toxic in their chat, okay? Let us just leave them where they lie, upon the side of the road. H-Shift says, do you think the entity makes survivors take a crash course on generator repair before it sends them in? Maybe. Maybe. Dan Foxy Care says it does have a nifty tutorial. They're so mad, so sad, so bald, so mauled. Mary says, I haven't seen that much copium in a while. Me either. It was actually something that made my heart stop for a second. Winter says, I wasn't gonna be toxic, I just wanted to hear the cope firsthand. Honestly, I kind of would be interested in seeing the cope firsthand. I feel, for some reason, I'm grinning so much. Because, honestly, they had me on the ropes. They legitimately had me on the ropes, and I will admit that there was one time where I was a little bit frustrated during that game because they did get some blinds off on me. But, honest to goodness, they played fair, and then I played fair in return, and then they got mad at me. And honestly, I wanna run back that moment in the stream again, because I want to make absolutely sure that I was being 100% respectful. I mean, I was throwing around a lot of hearts because I wanted to, like, demonstrate that I wasn't exactly, like, furious with them. But, oh my gosh. That was an exhilarating match, actually. Mary says they lost to the better player after fumbling the ball. They need to deal with it. Honest. But it's on them to do the maturing on their own part. I can't force that. Yay! All of Clown's perks are available for everyone. Woohoo! I don't have to play Clown. I will admit, I'm still giggling a little bit. Oh my gosh. Honestly, I didn't even, like, get them good. I only just got all 4 of them because they made a mistake. Or, like, a collection of small mistakes that accumulated into a loss. And without those mistakes, I probably wouldn't have gotten the win. I think they got a little bit too cocky. I think that they weren't focusing enough on doing generators, and if they had been focusing the generators down, they probably would have gotten out. Yeah. And honest to goodness, if they got out, fair win to them. The more experienced player wins then. Aisha says, the contrast of Rainbow Flag and Murder Crucifix is amusing to me. Yeah, I attach the terms to all of my characters, whether they be Survivor or Killer, because I want to show my pride. Yeah, and Demon Voxicare actually did hide in the grass at one point, and I just couldn't see her. Oh my gosh. Mary said they Xbox themselves? What's Xboxed mean? Actually, I think I'm gonna go for Trapper. What sort of Trapper build would be good? Let's go Insidious. I want to stand by traps and watch. Is this gonna be Basement Trapper? Am I really going for Basement Trapper? I don't know. I don't want to. What would be a good build for Trapper? Demon Foxy here says, oh, big sister, where do you think you're going? And she still got me in the end. So we've got Barbecue, Insidious, Pop, Iron Grasp. I think we should do something else. What would be a good build for Trapper, actually? It's been too long since I've played Trapper. And let's be honest, Trapper can be easily sidestepped. Xboxed and cocky. Huh. Okay, so how about that? And we replace Insidious with Devour. Because Devour Hope is a good one. It's a good hex. Dan Voxicare says, every time her character got near me, my heart was beating harder than the game one. She can be scary when she comes after you in Hunter Fox mode. Yeah, and because this is a bit of an inexperienced Trapper build, I don't expect to get many kills with it. So I want to see exactly what we can do with the setup that we've got with Scared Chuck, Pop, Devour Hope, and Barbecue and Chili, because Devour Hope and Scourge will work off of each other. Scourge Chuck will grant me the entity progression, and if they unhook, if I'm far enough away, then I will get a token. Do I have any... Oh, too late. Mary says, in other words, they made like Xbox and overestimated what they would accomplish in the long run. And the thing is I think they brought bloody party streamers too, right? Why did it get so mad? Or was that one of those that was like on console? Maybe they weren't part of the Swift and they put the bloody party streamers on. I'll have to run that back and actually check. Right. Time to pick up traps and set them down in places. I can't grab it. Are they on a generator over here? Okay, I want to see if I can set a trap right here and spook them. Why do you want me to follow you so much? Got him! Nicely done. Okay, she got stuck on a tree. Okay, so they got that one over there. Yep, there she is. Right, hightail it. There it is. Want to set it down here. Chess's trap her. Alright, I want to try to trap the corners of Shack over here. Okay, I want to preemptively put one here. Because we will get into endgame. Why are you screaming, man? Why are you screaming? Need to go. Need to go. Need to hurry. Need to hurry. Need to go. They're already at the other gate? Okay. Okay, if they open the gate, that means... Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a second. The other hex is up. Haha! You didn't expect that, did you? And I got her. If I can get 2k, that's excellent. Admirable. There we go. Am I just camping the gate? No. That was a nice game. Honestly, this build was a lot more effective than I thought it would be. And honestly, if it weren't for Noed, I probably wouldn't have gotten the kill that I did at that gate. Probably felt to her like she had been cheated, but... I don't know. Hey, Amber. Mary says, still need to get more of the femme killers for the game. Don't feel good with playing the guys. I've done that for too long in video games. I want to face it as much as I can. I completely understand. I was much the same way when I was fresh in my transition. I wanted to play nurse at first, and immediately put her down because she was too hard for me. And then I picked her up again and found that I was really good with her. And then I moved on to Huntress, and I was moderately good with her. And then I started playing around with other killers that I found interesting, like Dredge, for example. As well as Freddy, Bubba, and I did a little bit of Ghostface. Deathslinger was good too. I like Deathslinger. Winter said, I started with Nurse and moved on to Legion. A good choice. Survivor pudding. Sacrificial knife. When a journalist attempted to warn the Automarians of his true task, he slit her throat as a warning to any dissenters. Nice. Okay, I will play one more game. One more game. Oh, Winter says they 100% would have been more toxic if they won. Oh, you're talking about the Survive with Friends that got toxic earlier? Yeah. I have a feeling they might have. Either way, it really doesn't matter. Wait a second. I just realized something. Is this off? Advanced, set orientation is front, close, facial. O. Enable. And microphone, close. Start. Bat. Bat. Yep, there we go. Nice bait. I'm gonna break it. First gen and already 2 hooks in? Time to get rid of this pallet. Got her. Boop. Activating eruption. Basement time. Nightfall approaches. Oh, she can't see where she's going. Nice one. What's the good of any magic without any subterfuge? Oh, it's locked. Jack Sparrow AI is next on my list. Dead on hook. Nice. Took the head for him. But I have a target in mind, and I will not be swayed. Time to set traps again. Too late. Do I even really need No Way Out? Right. Excellent. I think that was a wonderful Dead by Daylight stream, wasn't it? Nuzzle, nuzzle. Nuzzle, nuzzle. So how'd you enjoy it? Thanks, Mira. Bracing says, sorry I wasn't able to watch the old Dead by Daylight stream. I was working on my gaming video, as I mentioned a few times. Mary says, save for the toxic losers at the start. Yeah. Bracing says, but I do enjoy it. Thanks. I much appreciate it, and pay them no mind. Let's try to forget about them. All the, toxicity, the pointless toxicity, we will leave that to the side. Bear says the salt was funny. I will say that I was a little bit annoyed. And looking back on it, I shouldn't have been. It was funny. Bracing says, I agree, and oof. Am I frighteningly relentless? Do 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 do. Mary says, yeah, a bit. Really? I shall have to tone that down. I don't want to scare you guys. Well, outside of the videos that I make at times. Alright, let me see here. I think that I think that I will give my thanks to our patrons. A big thank you for Songai, Enicolligan, Fatism 2814, Kestrel, Ghost48, Joanna, Indigo, Swords Are Soft, David Kifalili, Fenrir, Clay, G Norcross, Skyriz, Cheesy Serenity, Dunny Dunny Bopani, Banana Busboat, Amy DC, John Prendergast, TGSTGA, Beatrice Violet, Rochelle B. The Partly Normal Limited, Liliana Sokovia, First Last, Volk Foreign Forest Brook HD, Lantern Warrior, Rose, White Wolf Tango, it's Dylan, Breezy K. Bongwater, Eden, Mick Shepherd, Soleil Lumiere, Artemis Lake, Captain Aardvark 986, Epic Sands 347, Chip Chip 144, Archdemon Chrissy, Noah Collins, Zendrika, L. Brown, Vradia, The Lumbacks, Archibald, Bluku, Alice, Colic 92, Nova the Artist, Sugna 6, Bob Drew, Prophecy Fulfilled, Tara Bell, DFA Plays, Robot Waifu, Blood Moth, and Chris O'Rourke. Thank you so very much for all of your support. Anyways, if you too wish to be read on the patron list at the end of streams, simply click on the link down below and become a Patreon member. Only if you are soundly, financially stable, and are so inclined to do so. Your support means everything to me. Thank you. You are also welcome to drop $1 down in my Ko-Fi if you wish to. And if you are in need of any new computer peripherals, the affiliate link for Redragon is down below. Thank you so very much for stopping by for the stream. I really do appreciate it. And I really hope you stay safe out there. So, see you. Bye-bye.